everything's set up. I just came back from Hackathon. Let's see how this works. Spent the whole week doing OBS. OBS. That's my lights. I don't think I really need lights right now. Wait, I don't know how that works. Please stand by while I get everything set up. I don't know if you're going to hear me after I put it on this, so. Yeah, hopefully you can hear me on here now too. And then this I think is like if I ever need a close up of something and I want to like show it to you alongside me talking to you, then I'm gonna do this scene. Let's see what happens if I do it. This one for the close up as well. I don't know which one's better, so feel free to tell me in the comments which one you prefer. But this one is just like anytime you need like a general view. Since I'm going to be playing in VR, I don't know what the scene is. I'm just experimenting. And you might hear my dog in the background. Apologize. Alright, and I'm just gonna tell people, let me share out to my Instagram and my Facebook. Let them know I'm getting started. Hey, no. Give this dog a bone and now he's going after my stuff. Nope. Here. I'm gonna hold him over for at least 30 minutes, I hope. Here. All right, hi guys. Sorry, I'm just like getting everything set up. Let me do a close up. This is like very complicated. But yeah, basically, so today, thank you so much for joining me, for those who are joining. And yeah, I was just like, I've been on break for a while, and I've been, like struggling with like creative, like I just been blocked for a very long time. So I'm just like really excited to finally have the capacity, energy, creativity to like go back into like, developing. I just haven't developed in so long. It's been probably maybe a year and a half since I last created something. I last created like a little chess after I watched Queen's Gambit on Netflix. I was like, oh, I want to play chess, and instead of like buying it on Amazon, I wanted to like, I'll just make it in VR. So that's what I did. It was a very fun experience. Let me see if I have it. I have videos of it. I posted it on TikTok. I'll show you some of the projects later. But yeah, and so I really loved it, but I had to like take a whole week off. I mean, luckily it was a week off because we had Thanksgiving break for work, and so I think that like having 6 days of freedom and then COVID and pandemic, so there's no social lockdown, social isolation, so I couldn't go and do all the social stuff. I just got like the time to like be with myself and have this energy to like just create stuff with it. So yeah, I really miss that, but I haven't really had that block of time since. Like now, thankfully, I guess things are getting a little bit better with the pandemic. I don't know, actually. But there's vaccines, so people are doing more social stuff now. And it's basically kind of, now when I do have free time, it's like a lot of people wanting to catch up, which I love, and I want to see them. But it's like in person, there's a lot of events happening now, a lot of commitment. So between work being like a majority of my time spent and then social commitments, I very like the rest of my time I get is usually to like recover or like and creating is not like the energy is hard to come by. So yeah, so I have it this weekend, and I wanted to hold myself accountable because I could easily distract myself. Like I could easily go into like, I want to like go have brunch here and go hang out with this person, and I just got into those habits. And so like I feel like, okay, if I make this public and I share what I'm doing, it'll hold me accountable to staying put and just following through with the project. Before, it was easy to follow through because, it was my livelihood. Like this was how I made my money. So either I was on somebody else's deadline when I was building projects for clients, or if I was on my own deadline because I really needed to put something out so I could generate income or revenue. So, and then I was always part of like, workspaces, VR workspaces. So I was part of Mozilla's XR AI Women in VR, AI or whatever it's called, like crew. So like there was a whole bunch of us that was always just working out of their offices, and yeah, I don't know. So just benefiting from that. Oculus Launchpad too. Obviously, I was part of that, and I think when you have like group building, and even today, like I actually am still, a few of my friends, we actually meet every month. We have a crafternoon, but it's only like a few hours every Saturday afternoon, so like it's not enough to like actually do a full project, but it is great to like do little things here and there. So I have like tried Arduino and all that kind of stuff when I can make it. But yeah, so anyways, I just kind of like did a whole ramble as to like why I've created this. Basically how the whole day is gonna go is, I can share like a little bit my background. I feel like I have to do like a little bit like, here's the projects that I've done as my street cred, because the rest of the day I'm going to be figuring it out. Like it's been 3 years really since I've done like a real full end-to-end project, 3.5 at least. So I am going to be very rusty. But it's like a language. If you haven't used it in 3.5 years and you only spent 2 years in that country, like it's just like, as I'm doing it, things are coming back to me, but that's going to be kind of what most of the day is, which is actually good. I think if you're like a beginner and like completely brand new to VR, you can see what that looks like, what that process of figuring stuff out looks like. I'm going to be going through a lot of my old code and probably like recycling that and like just leveraging. I think my objective for today is really just to like get back to a comfortable creating an app. And like doing basic coding things, like coding interactions, very basic coding interactions. I think I might do like a scoring game. I'll like recycle one of the Oculus interaction samples and like just create like little interactions and stuff like that in there, basic stuff for games. So like I think I'll do scoring, I'll do like being able to shoot into something. I don't know. I'll just want to like feel the vibe of the environment and say like, okay, what do I want to create to make this environment more interactive? Like just turn that into something is what I think is going to be my goal for today. So yeah, so depending on how much I get done today and how good I feel about the progress, I might extend this day till tomorrow, but yeah, we'll see. Oh, hey, I have some people on. Hey, Jessica. Can you turn your microphone up a bit? Hello. Hey, Stone Fox. I can actually speak closer to it. I don't know how to turn off the microphone. Let me see. Okay. Oh, it's at maximum volume, so I'll speak closer into it. Let me know if that works for you. Okay, I feel like I need like 3 more screens. One to like watch the YouTube chats. Oh, thank you, Jessica. Okay, cool. So yeah, let me I'm like also self-directing. Let me try this different angle. Yeah. I'll just like, actually, I'll just go ahead and get started. Okay, so yeah, so interestingly enough, like I've seen like, looks like Unity has a 2021.3. So I have it downloaded on my computer. Like, I don't know if you can see the icon. But when I open it, it doesn't really, for some reason it opens Unity Hub, but I don't, not seeing anything here. So yeah, it's so weird. Oh, it's the Unity Hub. Got it. And this is like, okay, let me install. So this is going to be embarrassing. Sorry, guys. It's been a while. UI and all that has changed, I see. Okay. So I want to install this. Oh, I have it installed. Oh, no, that's the hub. How do I install the Unity app? Okay. So I'm gonna make a new project. What? Where Lego micro? Oh, this is cool. You could just download templates? No. Sample. Oh, they have a sample scene for 3D. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, sure. I'll download that. Since I'm looking at this screen, I'll do it that way. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I've heard that. So I've heard mixed reviews about the URP stuff. So maybe I shouldn't use it. But I wasn't sure. I saw you use it in your like Stone Fox. I saw you use it on your live streams for the escape room that you're planning. So I was like, well, maybe it's more stable than people are talking about it. But if it's a little bit more problematic, then maybe I won't do it. It went badly. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I only have gotten. I think I've seen the first video. I haven't seen all the rest of them, so I don't know how the rest of it went. But I'm going to watch it more. But yeah, for everyone who's watching and doesn't know, the Stone Fox actually created like probably one of the most best like open source development frameworks you can make for VR, and you can put it into Unity, and it's a really great, for those who don't know at all, it's like a really great way to be able to code for one project but have it be usable on any other hardware device, most hardware devices. So if you're building for Oculus, well at that time I was building for Rift, it would also work on the HTC Valve, I think, the Vive VR headset, and like also on the browser, and just be able to simulate it as well in the Unity preview. So it's really cool. Try to focus, it was slow. I did put a bunch of real time lighting and then post processing, which didn't help. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good to know. All right. I'm just gonna stay away from the URP because I just want to build something very basic, and like I don't want to have to deal with. I'll do all the advanced stuff, the fun stuff. Maybe tomorrow, depending on how far I get it today. So, let's go ahead and create the project. Oh, wait, change the project name. Whoops. Oh well, it's gonna be called my project. Saying allow access. Nelda! Hi, Nelda! Yay! Oh my gosh, you guys, thanks for coming through. This was so fun. If you go to the core and just do 3D. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, project's already open. Where's it open at? Oh, it's opening on my other browser. Let me bring it over here. Oh, I can't move it. Something's happening. Oh, core. Oh, 3D. Oh, did I not put that? Oh, whoops. Thank you for saying it. So it used to be very much more streamlined. It's weird that now you have to go to the side and then watch it drop down and then go that. It used to just be very clear, streamlined kind of flow where you just pick. Okay, so I'm going to have to cancel that then. Well, whenever it gets done. Yeah, Hub is a nightmare for beginners now. I could see. Because now it's like, yeah, you have to kind of know that. I was surprised. I was like, I don't have to put the 3D stuff. That sucks. Sorry, new beginners. Yeah. And it's also taking 10 years for it to load an empty project. Make that make sense. Maybe because I have 10 million things open on my computer. Oh, did I? Maybe because I did it with the URP. I'm seeing a lot of visual scripting. Well, in the meantime, while this is all loading, happy to share some old work. Like I said, I have some street cred to compensate for as I basically becoming a beginner again right now. Let me grab my portfolio. That's something I didn't do. So for those of you who don't know, I've been building for VR, developing for VR since 2015, and I did a lot of little projects. I wouldn't say I'm like an expert VR developer at all, but I have done a lot. So I have a broad range of experiences. I've worked with a lot of different clients where I built different types of apps for them. And I love every single project that I would do to I think in 2015 I had done a first person controller game within like a maze. It was a very minimal coding really. The hardest parts was just figuring out on the developer kit too how to use all the plugins, make sure they're all updated, and create the actual graphic experience within Unity. So it was my first time building for VR. It took me about 4 months, and I had done it on a Mac, which at that time the runtime plugin for Mac was deprecated. So as you can imagine, I was fighting a lot of bugs. But it was really cool. It was very high level. It really tested my skills because I had just learned C# in grad school for other projects for Arduino, and from I think we used it for, I forgot what other, some other physical computing, little prototype hardware stuff. And, is it open? Yeah, it's open. Okay, cool. But I didn't put the 3D stuff in, so let's see what happens. I'm wondering if you could do it retroactively. Yeah. Packages. Oh, this is all 2D. I think I might. There probably is a way to like. I saw the package manager change. I was like, what the heck? This is another thing too. Like, I feel like the hardest time, they're constantly updating Unity, which is a good thing, but also like from a developer perspective, it can be frustrating because things are always moving around. And so once you finally got used to where something is, sometimes it just changes and it's not necessarily the most intuitive place. I think like maybe there's some overthinking done, as I know can happen sometimes, where there's a logical explanation for why the move happened, but it's just a pain from the user side. By the way, everything I'm saying is my own personal opinion. Oh, wow. Really? The asset store no longer works within Unity. Oh, that sucks. Oh, wait. I'm still seeing it. Oh, shoot. Wait, can you guys see it? You guys can't see it. Let me... oh, yeah, you guys can see it. Okay. Search online, always open. Oh, that kind of... Why? I wonder why... I don't know how I'm going to like that. Okay, I'm just going to make a new app for whatever, and I'll just continue talking about my past experience. I want to set up a new project, but with like the VR stuff. This is the hub. New project. Oh no, they're deprecating the asset store. Oh. Dang. Well, I'm glad I jumped in now, but it says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Sorry, guys, if you're experiencing buffering. Okay, so I'm just going to do a new project. Make sure 3D core is implemented. Oh, I hate this UI. I hate it. What do I want to add? Apparently URP is a pain, so I'm just going to do 3D. I don't know what HDRP is. It sounds like it's like hyper. Okay. Yeah. Create project. We'll just call this nostalgia. Oh no, ramp up. VR ramp up. Make sure I don't forget anything now. What is this? Okay. And it was okay. So okay, Harvey, come through. We'll set up the new XR management stuff for you. Yeah, that's it should be. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let me see how much I remember doing this. I feel like I've done this a million times, but it's always like 3 months at a time, 6 months at a time. So let's see how much of I can remember it in muscle memory. Project's open. It is? What? Oh, it's loading again. Okay, yeah, so so actually let me share a little bit about what that project looked like. Let's see if I can pull that out. I have my portfolio. This is a website that I made also like somewhere in 2016 while this is loading. And I need to update it, but Yeah, so the first project I did was back in 2015, 16, and it was basically this janky thing. As you can see, like I had like a character model that I just downloaded off the asset store. And wait, maybe I think we did the play for it. And so it was like super basic. I made this whole like desk experience because it was an interaction design course, and so I wanted to give the whole experience of reimagining what VR for training could look like in real life, like a practical sense of walking to the office and having a VR desk. Like, what if every employee just had a VR headset at their desk and they just did, certain, like, they'd perform tasks on it, and including those tasks, one of them would be trainings. And since like I wanted to show, because I was learning about bias and unconscious bias at this time, I wanted to also use this desk experience to like educate people who are going to be viewing that, like, on the different types of biases that exist in the workplace and like how it's impacted or what it looks like, all different types of people and all different types of settings. And so every single thing that you saw on that desk corresponded to a certain type of bias. So like I had a cup that had like the rainbow symbol, so like just and I had a like little fact in the cup that the types of like statistics and research that's done for people who are have different sexual orientations, the biases that they experience and what that looks like for them in the workplace. And I had like a whole bunch of things like that. So you can see this is like the first person experience. I use like a mirror. Like in order to make a mirror, I just took a plane and I put like a reflector material on it. And then so the character, the model that you're using was actually a third person character that you were able to control. As a result, I wanted to be a first person experience. So what I had to do was try to figure out how do I put the VR camera, the Oculus VR camera, and I ended up figuring out I could child it under the parent head and leverage that perspective inside the controller while you're still able to navigate around the experience. So there was no like sample for that back then. So I think I took like a whole month and a half like trying to figure out how I can get this camera inside that person's head and also be able to navigate the experience in general. And in that game, as you can see, there's like a little bit of the objective is it's a storytelling. So you are embodied as an engineer. So you could see what you look like. And it was, at this point, it was like addressing biases that engineers, people of color, women face in the workplace. And so by anybody being able to see themselves in an avatar, it was like leveraging research. Let me see if the project might still be loading. So that's why I'm going to the details of this. And I feel like I've told this story like a million times, but so for those who've heard this a million times, I'm so sorry. Oh, it opened on this side. Okay, let me actually get Unity out. Okay, it still looks like it's still loading, but maybe it isn't. Packages. I don't see VR stuff, but we'll see. And so basically the goal was like, as a player, you have to find your coworkers who have ran off for happy hour during work hours. And then like in the experience, you're like, there's different characters or different coworkers in the tech workplace. So it's very casual dress. And then they'd all have like clues for you to get closer or farther away from the goal. And in this case, what I did was I wanted to like, engender or condition players who see themselves as a different identity to also have that association that these are their peers, their other engineers or other coworkers, and they have to rely on them. Like they have to trust for their expertise or, clues that they're giving. So hopefully building trust as well, because there's sometimes a gap of trust there or higher scrutiny that is given to people who are underrepresented in these workplaces. And they have to kind of prove themselves more. So I was like, if we can close that gap by like creating game experiences where you're leaning on their trust, and with every right answer they give you, you are having a stronger association with trust and that identity. It's really complicated. It was an experiment, so that was pretty much it. But yeah, so that was that. And so you can see like I just made like little walls and I like plastered like tech Google images from like different tech workplaces onto it. And I had mirrors, reflective surfaces everywhere in the office. Clearly not great. And like different characters of different ethnicities and genders represented. Yeah, and then like at the end, there's like a little happy hour, and they would play music. So I think I was playing like Bruno Mars, like I forgot what that one hit that he had back then, but it was really it's dun, 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 ice cold. That song, that was like the background, and it got like louder as you got closer to the end. Anyways, that was a project. There's more, but we have Unity up, so I'll go ahead and start setting up the project. Esteph. I'm not sure who Esteph is, but hi. Thanks for joining. Okay, cool. So, can make sure you guys can see. Yeah, you guys can see it. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is file, go to build settings, and in build settings, I'm going to set it to Android because we're going to be working with Quest. It's a dedicated server. That's interesting. Oh, maybe for like multiplayer games. That's new too. All right, cool. And then, so now that I'm sending it to I'm going to switch to the Android platform because Quest runs on Android. Patching is disabled for release builds. Not sure what that means. Run device. So I have my Quest connected to to my laptop. So and I have my Quest is also developer enabled. So for beginners, make sure I'll maybe post a link down below on how to like developer enable your headset. But that basically enables, it's called Adb Mode, which basically enables your Quest headset to send and receive data to your laptop. And data in terms of if I just created an app on my laptop, I'm able to transfer that app data into my headset and be able to play it. So little things like that. And so sometimes when people connect it, they forget, like the headset will ask you every time, or mostly every time, like, are you sure you want to allow your laptop or computer to communicate with the Quest? Just go inside the headset and do that and say yes, and then you're good to go. So Unity sees that my Quest 2 is connected to my laptop, and so I'm going to go ahead and switch the platform. Yeah, Uptown Funk. That was the song. I don't remember names of songs and stuff like that. But yeah, that was it. Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars. Yeah, that fish shall fight for that wild goat. Oh, you got the lyrics. Yep. Also, if you're using Quest Link, you can use the Quest as if it's a REST test. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna try that. I also heard different things about that too, like reliability about running Airlink via Oculus could be finicky. But we'll see. We can try that. I think, like, again, I'm here to learn, so I'll try it out at least once, and if it's a lifesaver. Otherwise, like, the stuff that I'm making is like so low. Like, I'm not making anything complicated. It's just we putting little things on top of the app, so it shouldn't take more than 30 seconds to build. Yeah, Airlink isn't very reliable. It is good. Okay, well, we'll find out. So I think it's already built. Great. And then what I'm going to also do is, I think I have to go into player settings. And I'm going to change my company name, default company. I'm going to call it Clo Hackathon. Via ramp up, yeah, version 1. Usually you have to do, like I said, I don't think I'm going to do anything too complicated. So I think it's just going to be adding the XR plugins. I'm scared of this one. This one changes like every single time I open. Oh, XR plugin management, yeah. So I'll install the XR plugin management. I hope that's still okay. I remember something in this is deprecated. I looked at Harvey to see if he had any comments. We'll see. So I'm gonna open up XR plugin management. So this right here is basically plugging in the controller stuff. So like it's basically telling Unity like I'm going to be using Quest, or this is from my understanding of it. I'm going to be using Quest. Stack trace cannot be displayed. Ah, it just crashed. See the latest crash report generated in editor log. What the heck? There's no fix available. People who report bugs are heroes. I never was a bug reporter until I launched a product in the wild, and like every time we were getting issues, I was like, oh, we need a bug report. And so that has been our lifeline, like as a PM, especially for Oculus Developer Hub, like that was a tool that our team owned. And basically anybody who did product reports, we looked at that every week, like, because there's things that we just don't see out in the wild. We don't talk to, when you work at a big corporate, it's hard to like have that direct to consumer experience. And so sometimes we learn about the product usage, and every developer uses their environment, like develops differently. It's very unique. And so as a result, some edge cases are constantly being discovered to a degree. So bug reporting, like being able to get good bug reports, and not just bug reports that are like, oh, this didn't work, but like, hey, I tried this. Hey, this is the steps that I took to do this. This is what happened. Really helped our team like to figure it out and fix it for the next releases. So what happened? At this point, I'll just say, actually, so we could use this little part, how to write a good bug report. This is the bug reports that would be very helpful. So what happened? What happened was I tried to install the XR plugin management system. So I tried to install the XR plugin management system, and it crashed the whole Unity program. How can we reproduce? Okay, so to reproduce the steps that I reproduced it, after set build settings. I think I did that, build settings, and switching the platform. After switching the platform to, what was it? Android. On build settings. I should have a coffee. I haven't had a coffee yet, guys. This was dangerous attempt. Look at my shirt. Anything's possible, coffee, but what a coincidence. I do have coffee here, but I put it away from my stuff. It's probably cold now. It's very cold. Yo, what's up? Getting things done. What's up? All right. For those who are just jumping in, my Unity just crashed after attempting to install the XR plugin on version 21, I think it is. After switching platform to Android on build system, I went to player settings and attempted to install the XR plugin management. Maybe I should have done that first. I don't know. And then it immediately crashed. And I think they might ask for logs. So that's a little bit of context for them, so they have an idea of how to deduce, because there could be a million reasons why a bug happened or a bug came through. So being able for them to see what crashed at exactly what point, what was I doing when I did it, right before, in the middle, and making that very clear, I think could help them triage to the right team, to internally to who owns that product, and being able to figure out what the problem is and then send a fix. Because sometimes things could be user error, sometimes things could be an actual coding error from the team. Sometimes it might be at a system level on the platform where it might be a separate team that launched something or whatever. So it's hard to figure that out sometimes. And so having as much context in your bug report is really helpful. So I'll just add this file. Preview. Oh, my email address. Oh, that's good. They have an email address, so that way if they wanted to ask follow-up questions, we didn't have this. We could Report helps us improve the quality and reliability. Media report contains blah, blah, blah. Do I want them to email me? Probably no. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just going to use the older version. Oh, I think I have to put in email address. Okay. Well, everybody, here's my email address. Actually, yeah, no. I don't know if there's going to be bots on here eventually because it's going to live. So I'm going to take this off screen and put my email address. Oh, whoops. Add a file, preview, and whatever. Close. Did it send? How can we reproduce it using the example you attached? Oh, I just did that. Okay, how do I send? In order to send a report, you need to specify how often does this problem happen. That's so weird. Wait. That's an interesting, but it's not. Doesn't really say where do I write that. I love how report strength. Dang, this is legit. This is legit. Title, XR plugin management crash Unity. Oh, you can select. Oh wow, auto populates. Dang, it's legit. Maybe this one. Is this copy link? I want to see what that is. Actually, it might looks like Unity issue tracker, XR plugin management window grays out. No, that's not it. Okay, yeah, it's just not. I don't think anyone else has reported this, or at least it's not tracked. Okay, I just want to send this. How do I? In the send report, can they read what I wrote? And that's why they are blocking it? Wow. In order to send the report, you need to specify how often this problem happens. My first time using it. So once, technically, right now. As of now. Okay, I can't even send it. I don't know where to put the. How does this happen with a drop down? You said, see near the top of the form, it says, how often does this happen? Oh, haha. Thanks. I didn't even read it. This is the first time. Yeah, thanks. I would have been here. I wouldn't have sent it. Good to go. All right. So, you need to read thoroughly, Clorama. This is probably a 2 cache. Yeah, I think because it looked like it was already filled in, I was just like, I just ignored it. I don't know if you guys can hear my dog snorting. All right, so uploading the report. Dang, why does it take this long to upload? Lord Jesus. I just want to live. That's the funny thing about VR development too. Like something that you think would take like 30 seconds or like maybe 5 minutes, maybe even an hour at most or something, like ends up taking like days, and it's usually because of little stuff like this. In this case, I don't have a deadline, so it doesn't matter. And I'm happy to and I have empathy now with being a product owner on the other side of like how much these things are valuable. But at the same time, whew, it really, you don't get paid enough for this. Luckily, this is free, so it's fine. As well. So, right. I love that Unity offers a student version where it's free and you can just build the stuff. And as well as even if you're a company, if you make less than $100,000, you have access to this for free. And that's really good. So I feel like in a way, doing these things is a small price to pay, or a great thank you. Okay, thank you. Your report has been submitted. As a result, because they didn't have to. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just go to do 2019.4. I think I already have I'll just do a new project. I'm gonna make this. Yeah, the last long-term supported version was 2019.4.23. So I feel comfortable just doing that. And so we'll call this attempt number 2, VR ramp up. Attempt 2. Select my 3D core. Oh, VR core. Yes. Wait, did I miss this in the other one? Fun story. You need to pick something from that. Yeah. Fun story. My VR escape room stream. I was like, yeah, this 2 streams top. It took 8 streams. Yeah, that's real. And coming from you, I know you do this like on a daily for years. Like that says a lot. Makes me feel better. Wait, why can I only click one? Okay, well, I'm just gonna do that. So create project with VR. I didn't see that option before for some reason. I'm gonna go back to the tapes. Oh, you said it's there? Yeah. I don't want to deal with any more like crashes and stuff. So I think I'm going to. Is it a VR as a 3D project? Yeah, of course. Thank you. I know what the VR stuff is. Yeah, I don't know. I think I feel weird doing stuff on 2021. Maybe I'll try 2021 tomorrow. I just want to have a day where I build my confidence with just like straight ease as much as possible. Okay, so all the stuff is importing. In the meantime, I'll talk about another project. So another project I've worked on. So this one was I have a lot of projects that I did in like for clients privately, so I don't have that stuff available for like public viewing. But like one of the ones that I've done on my last solo VR hackathon was in what was it? Probably 2016. No, that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. My last full app that I made was in 2016, and that was when Trump was ready for president. Again, disclaimer: all opinions my own. Like no comment anything else. This is before he became president, but he was running. And I'll just. As an entertainer, I loved The Apprentice. I really loved that show, and I loved him as a character, as an entertainer. But running for president at that time to me was confusing, to say the least. And so, and I was really concerned with the rhetoric, and he just seemed to be a different person at that point. But this is my game that I did. So it was for Google Cardboard. You can kind of see. And so at that time, you were building for Android, which is how I got my early practice there. And I think I did like an asteroid tutorial, and then I just replaced all the assets with like Trump heads. And in this game, it was basically there's floating Trump heads, and they could, if they touch the White House, which is what you see in that center building in the middle, like that each side would explode. So you had to take down or destroy all the heads before they hit the White House or touch the White House. And they're kind of just like randomly floating. So I coded them to like spawn randomly in like this little zone. It looks like none of them have touched the White House so far. But every time you hit one, you got a point. And every time one of them hit the White House, I think you had like, if 4 of them hit the White House, like it would explode. So it's like a very extreme. Sounds very extreme now, but let me see if I think I have another video where I show a little bit of the. Let me see. This was another one. Okay, so this is a little bit of it. So you can see like I had the scoreboard here, which I think I'm going to try doing today. So American Dignity was at 100%. Trumps that were trumped. There's 10 of them that spawn. You see little sound effects. It was fun. This one took me, how much? I think this took me like 2 or 3 days. And then this is when I learned also that building for VR on Mac is just not it, because with this project, as it got more technical, like playback started like bugging. So whenever I needed to like make a change, so like I think 2 walls got destroyed there. Anytime I would play back or like made a code change and I wanted to replay it, it was just like lagging. And I was like, okay. And so at that point, I decided to get a credit card and invested in getting a PC laptop so I could do more complex stuff as I was growing more complex in skill set and building for Android. Okay. Looks like, let's see, live stream. Pretty similar to, 2019 is pretty similar to 2021. A lot under the hood stuff changed, but the new Unity input system is in 2019, and so is their management stuff too. Okay, cool. Before you begin, go to Edit Project Settings. Yeah, select the platform you plan to deploy to. So I wonder if I did it in the wrong order. If you don't see the platform listed, make sure you have the right build targets installed in Unity Hub. So I like that. I like that they explain to you what to do to set everything up. That was not there. I don't remember before. So I'll go ahead and do that first then. I'll go ahead and go back to build settings. Selected scripting backend is not installed. I don't know what that means. Android. By the way, if you were ever building for Oculus Rift or for the Vive or whatever, you would use this PC. And if you were building for web VR, then I believe it's WebGL that you use. Is HTML5? I'm not sure. Yeah. These, I'm not even sure why they're here, but I'm not sure what Universal Windows platform develops for, but yeah. So I'm going to go to, once again, Android, default device, Oculus Quest 2, switch to platform, crossing fingers. This I always forget too. Anytime you make a build, make sure you add, it'll show up here, like, so whatever scene I'm in, but it doesn't like automatically add it. So like right now I'm in a scene. And so let's say if I wanted to build and test this scene, it's not showing here in this box. So you have to literally manually press add open scenes and then build it. And then you'll be able to start playing. But I'm not going to do that yet. So I think if the platform successfully switched, it detects my Quest headset. So I'm going to go ahead and go into build settings. Oh, again, player settings. Let me go to the XR settings. Units detect if you want or more XR SD. Legacy XR is incompatible. Remove all XR SDK packages from your project to enable. Okay. I don't know. XR plugin. Oh, cool. It's already in here. So I'm going to select Oculus for Android. And I think this is going to recognize any of the like libraries or something. It brings all of that stuff in. So whenever I'm like using the controllers or the headset or like in the code or in the scene, it'll know to map to it. For PC, I'm just going to do this just in case too. Initialize XR and startup. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. So hopefully that's good. And the best way to test, I think at this point too, I need to, there's some examples in here, but I kind of want to download the Oculus stuff. Download the Oculus integration package. And of course there's no asset store. Or I guess there won't be anymore. There's all these frameworks now too. Oh my gosh. I was trying to Google like all the different types of frameworks that exist, which is great, but it makes it hard to know like which ones to use for what. From my initial high level research, I still feel like VRTK is like the best comprehensive one. I do think the ramp up is a little bit more technical, but once you've done that, it's like everything, like you have like the world at your fingertips, like all the samples, all the different types of things that you can create. It's just, I think they had like 30 samples. I don't know if they have Harvey a lot more now, but like, and it's all for free, and there's a great community support. Like Stone Fox is like amazing in providing and helping out as well. There's a lot of video tutorials, so that I think is like overall like the best Why is it not coming out? Oculus integration package. You would think this would be like number 1 on the SEO. Oculus. Okay, I'll just put Oculus. Oh, it's already downloaded. Word? No, it's not. Okay, import. Yeah, so what was I saying? What do I see. Yeah. No, I mean it's clearly using Oculus integration, is not calling it up, which is weird. Stonefox. But yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so Oculus integration, I think it's like great enough for like if you're just building for prototyping, like just straight up prototyping, like you're not actually going to build like a real project. It's just like you just want, like what I'm going to do today, which is I just want to play and like exercise my muscles in VR development. Then I think Oculus is just great to start out with. But the problem is, here's where also the trade-off: the coding for the samples in Oculus stuff is very like, I think, AAA standard level. So I usually have a hard time figuring out what they're saying in each of the scripts for me to be able to customize it. So I don't think it's easy to customize the scripts in it, which is gonna be which is why I think today I'm going to take a look at it. I haven't really seen what the scripts look like now, because I know that they just updated it, so I'm gonna import all of this. Yeah, if it's gonna take me too long to like really digest what it's saying or what it's doing at any point in time, then I might not touch it. I might just build on top of it, my little hacky code on top of it. There's another one. There's Unity interaction kit as well too, but I've been hearing issues also with that. So like there's a trade-off of using it as well. So for the sake of me like just rapid prototyping today, I just want to build something. I want to get my appetite wet for development, because it just feels good. I miss doing this at my fingertips and building something with my own hands. I think I'm just gonna focus on Oculus for now, like the interaction, just to do something basic. I'm just gonna do some basic interactions. Okay, so Stonefox is saying the Unity XR Foundation toolkit is really good for beginners. Okay, cool. Yeah. So it sounds like good for beginners, but not, maybe if you're a little bit more advanced beyond that, it might not be the best. But again, don't take my word for it. Try it yourself. Okay, so right now we're importing all the stuff for Oculus. Let's see. I don't know how long that takes. I'm gonna also, in the meantime, like share this to my Facebook, so they didn't really like promote this. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but just so people know that I'm doing this. Also loading. But yeah, also too, if you guys wait, what do you say? No, VRTK is the only toolkit. I love how you're like very humble about it. Yeah, like, it's a really great toolkit, and I think you had just launched the VRTK4. So, like you said, for those who are interested in building stuff and like actually building like a real app or whatever, like from end to end, maybe you want to ship it to App Lab or something, definitely check out VRTK. And he has like great tutorials setting it up. Also, just if you want to learn how to play with different interactions, I think VRTK is great as well too for that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, and then and speaking of that, like not getting paid for it, like there's like a lot of frameworks that you can buy too. I don't know how those works. I think I've gotten spoiled with getting a lot of stuff on Asset Store for free. But there's everything and anything that you could use, want, build. I feel like it's in the Asset Store somehow. There are free versions, but they're all paid for versions, and obviously paid for tends to be more high quality. Also, too, it's just a great way to support other developers or other creators who are building and learning. Like, I know a lot of people when they're learning to 3D model, learning to build things, like just sharing it on the Asset Store is like a great way to like maybe for $5, whatever, especially if it's not like that. You know, it's just something you just did. It's a great way to like generate like small, minor passive income, but it's also just gets you in a good practice to like build and sell. I think especially as we get into this like whole metaverse future with like NFTs and, being able to own your IP. Oh my gosh, my dog's biting my text headphones. No. Let me get my selfie stick. There goes that. It holds my camera and my LED lights. Lord Jesus. Let me show you what this looks like. You can see what he's doing. Seem to... Yeah. You can kind of... Want to say hi to the people, Nietzsche? Being bad, huh? Yeah, right? Eating all my stuff? Him. This is what I have to deal with. It's my child, everyone. He's mad that I took away his non-toy. Ooh, this is taking a while to download. Here's another bone. Go like this. Okay, giving him another bone. I have like 5 bones for him. That's like $8. Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw Hurricane VR too. Yeah, $80 is expensive, but like if you think about all the work that goes into it, think about all the work that goes into it. Kind of was worth it. And then also too, if you think about it, like it's the difference between like hiring a character model or someone to build that stuff for you, set it up, or sometimes it could take a week. Sometimes just setting up can, as you can see, take days. So, and since time can be money, it's not a bad idea to like check those stuff out. Sometimes it's worth it. If it speeds up your development time, especially if you have like a really huge lengthy project that you want to work on. And something you want to look out for too when you're getting assets from the store is especially assets that you're going to be paying $50, $60, $70. Definitely check out the reviews. Definitely check out to see like how active that owner is in like updating it or addressing bugs or issues with it, because that can be a pain in the butt too. I'm going to switch because my dog has gotten a hold of that camera. So whoops. Okay. So while we're downloading that, the stream, someone doesn't want to do the streaming now. He doesn't want anything. He never wants my Nietzsche. That's my dog's name. His name is Nietzsche. He never wants. He doesn't like when my attention's on something else. If it's not like, he likes it on him only, and it's only when he's distracted that it's okay for me to be to focus on other things. So that's why I have like 5 bones to like keep him occupied. All right, so let's talk about another project. Let's see, also too, I could talk about a little bit how I learned. How did I learn VR? For those who are interested in getting started, or like learning VR, I learned from the videos that were the most helpful for me were videos about like build your app in 7 minutes, build a VR app in 7 minutes. Like that was like the best. Actually, let me see if I can find that video, because that like changed the game for me, because I was at the time that I was exploring VR for my project. I got a lot of I was getting a lot of like people saying like, don't try it, it's not gonna work, blah blah blah. Like, you know, and justifiably so. It's a complicated project, and so I think a lot of people weren't able to get it to work. But I was like, I just have to try. So yeah, so what I did was like I just started YouTubing, like YouTube University, like how to build a VR app, and like these like 7-minute videos, like the 8-hour sessions, like that's like if you're ready to commit to the whole thing. I can't do the 8-hour like tutorials. There's a lot of that now where you can just Google how to develop for VR, and there's a lot of great people who are putting up like tutorials that are like, you know, part 1 of 10, and that could be like a whole day. And I think those are great when you've already committed to the idea of developing a VR project. But for me at that time, I was just trying to get an overall sense for what the feel of it looks like, what the overview is, how complicated it looks like. So like a 7-minute video of that walks through all of that and shows the complications of it was like chef's kiss, and built my confidence like, okay, yeah, I'm ready to commit to it. So I think if you're in that stage where you're like, I don't know if I want to commit to VR development, I have an idea and I want to develop, but like I'm just not sure if I want to spend the like if this is the right, maybe there's another way to build it, maybe I don't want to do, maybe it's AR, maybe it's a website or whatever. I think those type of videos are really great to get like a kind of high level overview of building your confidence like that. So let me see, what was it, how to build an app for VR in 7 minutes. I'll show what that looks like. Let's see what this one looks like. This was not the exact one, but you can see him going to the asset store, changing the skybox, the environments, moving objects around, showing you how to use the inspector, which is basically editing the scripts, so you get a high level view of that, showing you a little bit what the scripting looks like. It's great. It's like very basic, very small little thing, but like I said, you start small, build your confidence, and once you've done that and you feel how the joy of like completing that, like he's showing you a little bit about the setup for how to export it. Android's a bit difficult. It's more difficult than PC just because there's all the devils in the details with the setup process and all of that. Yeah, and he's just showing you all the high level. And I think this is I love videos like this. Like if I were to ever become a content creator for real, like those are the type of videos I like to put out, just because I feel like it respects the person's time. And at the same time, it's a good entry level onboarding for anyone interested in doing VR, but like maybe they see VR being like this extremely huge computing phenomenon, like of a beast of a product, so they assume development for it must be 10x, and you only hear AAA studios or whatever building these things, which is not true. There's a lot of actually solo developers who've been very successful building a VR project on themselves. New spatial plugin found. Do you want to upgrade? If you choose, do I want to upgrade? I'll just say yes. Hope I don't regret it. Okay, restart the product. Current version. Oculus Utilities has detected a newer OVR plugin available. Use the newest recommended. Sure. OVR plugin will be activated by default. Okay, so that's the Oculus VR plugin. And it wants me to restart Unity. I saw an error before that flashed. Okay. So something good to pay attention to as well is the console. So like this will always tell you when something went wrong and what went wrong, and it'll give you some warning stuff. But whenever you get something that's blocked or something didn't go, a bug that happens, you can just copy and paste it. Well, you can copy and paste it from here, not from here. You have to go down below, copy and paste it and put it into Google, and usually you'll see all the like forums and people who come across the issue come up with a solution that you can like implement. So that helps with like solving troubleshooting. Yay. Okay. So I think we got all the Oculus stuff in. We got all the VR stuff in. All right, let's start. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I want to play around with some of the scenes. So anytime you download an interaction package, it'll put together, like some of the apps already, like ready for viewing inside your headset. Just so you can see what's in my headset, I'm going to open the Oculus Developer Hub so I can cast to you guys what I'm seeing inside the headset. So let me open that. And this is a app that you can download from the Oculus Developer website. It's basically like a hardware interface for Quest, and I'm very biased because my team built this. So I used to own this product. It was really fun. I don't own it anymore though. So, but these are the latest changes that we got to implement before I left, and yeah, it was really good times. So you're going to go to your device manager. And as you can see, because I have my Quest plugged into my laptop, it's able to pick it up. I know a lot of people always experience issues with like if their headset is connected using Android Debug Bridge, ADB. Like I told you, that's what I said earlier. It's the how do you call it? It's like basically I don't want to say package. It's not a package, but it allows you to communicate, your laptop to communicate to your headset. And so you got to enable that setting within Android. But because my Unity is connecting to my laptop, as well as this now will be connected to my laptop, you got to make sure that the server for ADB on my laptop is speaking the same language, because it can only talk to one server at a time, or one channel at a time. So with that said, you want to make sure ODH is also on the same server that Unity is, and you can just do that really quickly by going to settings and then going to your ADB path. And then from there you can like edit it, and it should detect which ADB is on. And if not, you can just manually specify which ones to plug into. And so it should detect, like right now, if I drop down, it detects these four, and Unity as well. So since I'm using Unity, that's the one I want to connect it to. So that way they don't conflict with each other. And then I can only use Unity when Oculus Developer Hub is closed, or Oculus Developer Hub when Unity is closed. Like that takes care of that issue. Okay, so I'm going to cast my headset. Is it on? It's on. So I tried to cast right now, and it told me that it failed to disable proximity sensor, and I think because my headset is locked. Okay. And you probably won't be able to see my pass there. Can you see it actually? Let me try it. It's connecting. Alright, cool. Get to the floor level. Okay. Confirm. Switch to stationary boundary. Confirm. Alright. So unknown sources is usually where my apps will go. So anytime I build and run an app, it'll show up on this app library right here under unknown sources. I'm gonna put this over here. Where did it go? Oh, I lost my Unity program. Did it not restart? Okay. It's already open. Okay, where are you then? Got it. Oh, there we are. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and build and run one of the sample scenes. So I'm gonna go into the Oculus package. Let's see what sample frameworks. Probably. Maybe it's in there. No. I think it's in platform, samples. No, that's not it either. VR. Okay. It's in the VR folder. All right. So in the VR folder, you'll see like a whole bunch of scenes. And this is basically, they pre-configured all the controllers, the inputs, the headset, all of that. And they made some objects so you can basically demo some things. So in order to try those out on my Quest headset, I'm going to, wait, is this good? No, actually, I don't know if it's this one actually. Hand test, MRC, room. What's the room? Oh, these are old ones. Never mind. These are old scenes. Those are like from 2016 kind of a demo. I know that there's newer ones. Maybe it's in the XR folder. No. Scenes. This thing looks empty. Example assets. Ah, these are the ones. Okay. So if you go to Oculus, interaction, scenes, or I guess samples, and then scenes, you'll have access to these scenes, and I think they kind of complex grab, take into the environment. You can kind of see. These things are annoying. You can reduce the gizmos, I guess that's what it's called, or 3D icons. I think I'm gonna make it, you can turn those off, or you could reduce the size. I think I'm gonna reduce the size. Cool. So you can kind of see, they have some stuff here so you can test out, I guess in this case, it's called complex grab. So it's basically being able to grab a lot of these things. And I guess there's different ways that you can grab. So let's go ahead and try that out. So I'm going to go ahead and build and run this in my headset. And the way to do that is just give it a name, attempt to Oculus. Save. So basically, now it should just build it and export it. It's going to export it into my Quest headset, and then I could open it, and then, yeah, and play with it inside the headset. It's only been an hour and 20 minutes. Cool. Just checking on anything. All right, so another loading. So yeah, so that's how I got started. I think while we're waiting for this, I'll just talk a little bit more. So with that said, I also, every single project that I took, when I started, I would always document my process. Every time I was developing, I had like a little blog. Actually, I'll share that here too. Written blog, I think it's this. Oh, it's fine. And in that blog, I would basically just every day write what I did that day, what problems I came across, how I solved for it. And I actually used, at that time, Tumblr was really big, and it was not what it was known for, what it is known for today. So unfortunately, a lot of that can't be reused just because, like, what are the odds that Tumblr would become, well, I guess it's like a sex positive like blog, which I guess is not bad to say. But yeah, so... Oh, why is it not working? Let me try. So I'm on my website just so you can see. I'll just try that one. You want your bone? You want another bone? Here. So this is a website. I also did this from scratch. I did I took like a JavaScript template and then I customized it completely. Because I started off as a website developer before I got into VR. So yeah, so I basically would build, and the reason why I became a website developer is really because I was at that time so broke, I couldn't really afford to hire somebody to do a website for me, and I wanted to have a portfolio of all my graphic design art. And so I took like an online course and learned how to build an online portfolio with HTML and CSS, and then on, I just started making different websites to show off my work, started marketing myself as a website developer. So this was in 2014, 15. And also there's like also hacky ways where you can build websites for people. For example, on WordPress, instead of doing everything, coding a website from scratch, it's like a really, really easy way to start a career in website development while you're learning the process. Make sure you understand it first. Like, I did take my online course. I built my own portfolio, and I counted so many bugs at that point that I knew how to solve for them when I came across them or other similar issues like them. So I did take like a good 3 to 6 months practicing website development for myself and building stuff for myself before I started offering service to other people. And then I would just offer services. I think I shared, once I built my first website up, that's basically this place. That's basically this website, creativeclo.com. I've redesigned it a few times. So, but you can see like, yeah, designed and coded by Clorama. And this is like my menu. Like you had to hover over my picture and like all the things that I was interested in. Basically, I'm a Renaissance woman, so I'm just gonna like put that there. At that time, I didn't know what that term was, but I like doing everything. I had a little contact page. I don't know if this still works. Oh yeah, it does. That I built, and so this was using Java a bit, just so it could intake data and transmit it. I still sometimes get messages for that. And it was like a little bit about me. Yeah, so basically, it was basically to show off my stuff. And obviously, this portfolio stuff has been updated several times over the last few years. It looks like some of the links are broken now. Yeah, and it was just a good way to get a foot in the door. And so now you can like use WordPress and like download the source code for the themes and the layouts that they give you, and then you can just customize it towards your customers' needs. So they have thousands and thousands of templates, of website templates that you can download the source code to and customize. So if you understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can start to manipulate it and like just make minor tweaks and build your website for a client. And you can start building your, I don't know if it's enough money that you can make from it to support yourself or to pay rent. But it is like a good side hustle to get started in tech. I think a great entry point. And then once you learn how that stuff, like it's really easy to transfer a lot of that knowledge into VR as well. Yeah, so what did I come here to do? Oh, yeah, I came here to go to my blog. Let me see if I can just go there from scratch. Interaction design with clo.tumblr.com. Yeah, so this is my website, or this is my blog. And also because Tumblr allowed you to have access to the source code as well. Not all of it, but like to access the libraries, I did customize my layout as well. So I made it these colors and like, you know, added these different pictures and stuff. This is when I was in Oculus Launchpad. These are all my blogs for week to week. They required us to write a blog about what we did. And so you can see how my journey in terms of building the first app we launched for. I did this with Jessica Outlaw, who was in this chat earlier. We partnered together and we built like an anti-bias training for teachers. And so week by week, I kind of blogged like, here's the issues that I came across, here's the decisions I need to make, here's how the design, all that kind of stuff. I also did like some stuff like this project, the Gandhi Development Project. This was my first, I used to like taking projects where I would learn something new. It was like, I felt at least 80% confident that I can deliver it. And then like 20% uncertainty because it's going to implement a new type of technology, whether it's like building for cardboard for the first time after building for Rift and DK2 or, you know, doing first person or working with animation. Like this was the type of, I love taking those type of projects where I had something new that I was going to learn. And then I would just charge like a budgeted price for it. I think I was charging like $500 for a VR project at that time. And so, yeah, I did one for Gandhi and I talked about like downloading. This one was like an empathy project. Let me see. Wait, actually, before I go into that. Yeah. Okay. We're good here. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the VR stuff because it's all loading. It's all loaded. Yay. Okay. So it should have built-in run. So here we are. You should be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. I don't see anything running though. I'm in a scene. Oh, you know why? So this is the empty scene, the sample scene that I added when I was talking about it, but it's not it's not the actual scene that I just opened. So like I said, I told you that happens to me every single time. I always forget. So basically just go to build and run, build settings, and then make sure that this scene that you're in, add it manually, and then build and run it. Okay, save. It should hopefully build faster now because usually the first time that you're building it, it takes a while because it's like processing all the lighting and all the new things that's added. But once you've done it once, when you do it again, it's like a lot quicker. It knows to skip over all those parts, like the hardest parts to process. So this should take like a minute, hopefully not much longer. I'm gonna keep it on the side here. Yes, we're getting into it. It only took an hour and a half. That's actually not that bad. Usually by this point, getting samples up and running and all that stuff can take a few hours. So the fact that it's only been an hour and a half and we've made it this far is pretty good. Things have improved over the years, it seems. Granted, I did go back to the old 2019 long-term supported version. Yeah, so anyways, it should only take a couple more minutes, but I'm just gonna go ahead and walk through some of the other blogs I did. I highly recommend doing this if you're learning, like just like record everything because it's so easy to forget, especially in between projects, because yeah, like it's all the details inside, especially all the bugs and the errors. You're just so happy usually that you've solved it that you forget to write it down, and then so you come across it again and you like forgot the steps. So for this project, I made like a Gandhi, like you can meet Gandhi at the Taj Mahal. So let me show you what that looked like, a little preview. Videos. Your projects. Kind of see, but this was not the final part of it, but this was like in the middle of it. I like just added the Taj Mahal. I had to put all that model together since it came separately and get the materials added a little character so you could see yourself, sorry, a little model here, reflecting surface so you could see yourself. Created the environment with trees from scratch, leveraged the skybox, and like added my first animation. And so the idea here was when you look into his eyes, it was using gaze pointer. I don't think I have like a final edit of it. But when you could do the namaste pose. So this was for Google Cardboard. So when you looked at him using the gaze, when you do namaste and you bend down like that, it would trigger Gandhi to like also nod his head at you. And so I had to rig Gandhi as well. And then like, create the code to like share like when this happens, when eye gaze goes down, like, trigger that reaction. So sorry, this is a hackathon I participated in 2016. Turn off? What the heck? Okay. So yeah, so I would always Google it. So I remember I wrote down the link of here's the asset that I got and here's what it looked like. So I had to add all the textures, and you can see there was like millions of textures that I had to piece by piece put together on the model. And then I had to leverage Unity water prefab for the first time. And I, wrote down like, here's the link to the video that I used to learn how to play with the water and add the water. I did buy a Gandhi model, 3D model, and I had to rig it myself. And then I had to convert it first and then rig it. And then, as you can see, I used my GIFs. I love expressing my feelings through GIFs. Start with the low-hanging fruit of like creating all the terrains. Watched a tutorial on making grass, added grass. So yeah, it was a lot more granular than I remember. But yeah, and then like and I was having issues with the playback here because I was using a Mac, so that was an issue. And then I was learning to rig as well the Gandhi character itself. Okay, are we done? Yes, we're done. Okay, so that's loaded. Okay, so now you should see I'm in the scene. Yeah. I don't know if I can make this bigger for you, but so this one is a sample of, let me reorient myself, of the touching. Oh, interesting. I don't have the text mesh. I think I need to import the text mesh so you can see the words. But basically you can play with, oh, is it not touching? Oh, grab. So it's using the grab button. And it's showing you all the different things that's already pre-built. So now I could just basically use this in my project since they already coded it together and configured it. These are all the different ways you can drag and touch a different object. So it's showing you like, I can't take this off the wall, but, or this like poster, but I can move it around, which is cool if you ever wanted to have people pin things around. Looks like I can open this box. So they just created a box for us, and this is really hard. You think this is like, oh yeah, this would be easy. The reason why this is hard to make, this chest, is because you gotta like tell the computer what the access is that this object, because these are going to be two different objects that are, and how it's rotating, and you gotta set the max rotation, and you gotta make it feel natural as well. So do you see that like nice little bounce a little bit? That's really hard to do, and when those things don't feel natural, it really does impact the experience. So it can be really complex really fast. Something as simple as this box, being able to put things inside it. You got to make the material. You see the little sound. I don't know if you can kind of hear it. And I close it. So this is a cool little model. Aww. And then also too, I think if you throw this. Yeah. Let me do a different viewpoint. So you can see. Okay. I don't know if I can move around. I can't teleport in here. That's something I want to do. I'm going to add teleportation in here, so then we can start to play with the other objects this year. So I think that's already one thing that I want to try to build. I want to be able to like locomote around this space. Because I'm actually very curious about it now too. This desk is cool. Yeah. All right. Cool. So we built an app. and launched it in Quest. Well, we technically didn't build this app, but you know what I'm saying? We were able to transfer an app from Unity Game Engine into the Quest headset, and interact with it with the touch controller. So that's already all set up. So that's the beautiful thing about using the samples and stuff, because it already kind of configures all the controllers and all that. Otherwise, it's a little bit more of a hefty process. All right. So I think I want to take like a 5-minute break. But before I do that, I'm gonna get coffee and all that. Before I do all that, I kind of, is this a good scene to do that? Let's see. We can talk a little bit about the code. So we weren't able to see the text in there. I'm not able to drag this over, so I'm going to import all the text. What you can't see is Unity has told me on a different screen that I need to download the text, the TMP Essentials, which is basically Text Message Mesh Pro. And so that way, now that I've imported this package, when I build the app and launch it, I'll be able to see the text that's written in the space. And the text is not technically rendered because I need this package imported. So yeah, I think now that we got a sample, so if you've been with me this long, you were here with me to see Unity crash when I tried to use the XR plugin for a new one. And then, so I've reverted to using an older LTS long-term supported version of Unity Game Engine. And the difference between using an LTS and a non-LTS is that I think there's like dedicated, I don't know, I'm guessing there's like a dedicated team that's owns keeping it up to date and make sure that all the bugs are addressed with using it. Whereas the ones that are not LTS, they're not supported long term, which means that if there's a bug or there's an issue, the likelihood that it'll get addressed is like a variable, and you don't want that to happen in your project when you're building. So we got Oculus interaction. So we went back to 2019. We got the Oculus interaction kit plugged in. We also have Unity's interaction plugged in. So maybe I'll try to play with that too as well. Let me see if I can. And then we were able to play around at Navigate. So I think for like the next part of this session is like, okay, let's start to build things on top of it. So I think what I want to do with this scene is I want to enable me to be able to walk around or teleport in that area. So that's the first thing we're going to do. Actually, I'm going to write this down on a bullet point, so that way we can check mark our progress against it. Let's change perspectives. Okay, so things to add. So one, locomotion. So being able to navigate the app, that environment. Also too, I think we want to add a trash can. I want to try something where it's like you can take the objects that are on the desk, throw it into a trash can, and get like a point every single time you do it. So maybe like a little like hoop game. Hoop. Where, and then so we'll also need like a scoring system because I want to also display the score for every single time you take an object and throw it into a bin or some type of thing. I'll figure out what that should be. Also, what else I want to do? I think that's probably going to be good for today. A project that I originally was going to do is actually, I think, a little bit more complicated, but I'll share that probably after when we come back. it was related to one of the work that I did. I used to have a startup. We used to do VR training for companies, and there was a lot of anti-bias exercises that we wanted to explore or experiment with in terms of being able to impact or train us to do more inclusive behavior, like playing games that would kind of help you exercise more inclusive behavior, whatever that means for whatever the context of the situation we're trying to address. So like yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about what that was going to be, but in the meantime, I think I'm going to keep it simple and just do some basic stuff today, just because this was already an interesting experience. And then depending on how we feel out there today, maybe we'll do more complicated stuff tomorrow. But yeah, so thank you for joining me so far. I'll be right back. Actually, I'll probably give me 10 to 15 minutes. We'll say 10 minutes. We'll come back in 10 minutes. So right now it is 11:23. So I'll probably come back at 11:35, and hope to see you then. Thanks for joining me so far. Thanks, guys. I had to reheat my coffee. Like we're about to get into like the thick of it, so I need to put my thinking hat on at this point. Coming back, thanks for those who hopefully don't lose you all completely, but some questions that got asked. Getting things done. You said what you recommend for a beginner's course to VR development. Your wife isn't deep into Unity training now, so I'm not the best person to ask for this because I haven't taken a VR development course in years. But what I have, the VR development courses that I really, really love, like VR development is strongly object-oriented programming and C#. So I recommend like getting a really good handle on that. I recommend Bracky's. I think the way he knows how to translate technical jargon into like regular English so you can understand what you're doing, when you're doing, and why you're doing it, and you're building something as you're learning. I always love development courses that are like you're building something practical or that you can use or play or leverage and learning at the same time as you're building it. So Bracky's, I'll write it in the comments. BRA and that's specifically for I love you're still here. Thanks. And that's he's specifically for highly recommend for learning C#. Sorry, I can't multitask. C# and object oriented programming. So Brackies is for that. Now, if you want to learn VR development, like setting up, putting all that stuff together, there's actually a really a great creator. His name is Dilmer Velasius. I'm probably not saying his last name right, but I'll also find his handle and share that. With Bracky specifically, he actually stopped doing tutorials, but like he has some really great uploads playlists that I feel like you can follow that and feel pretty good after it. You won't feel like you might not be an expert after it, but it's still, you'll have a good handle on C# after the Bracky's course. Zilmer has a great also, like, I think he knows how to be very user-centered in terms of the way that he communicates, how to set things up, and even when there's like little edge cases or bugs that comes up, he catches it or it's caught in his the comments. So it's a good community as well. So let me put that out. Dilmer Velasius more recently. And then obviously, yeah, Unity, I think, I've never tried like a Unity tutorial. Like I love the Unity tutorials for the scripting education of it, but I think, let me change my camera. Yeah, I love the Unity for the scripting educating part. Oh, actually, I can do this. I can show you what those apps look like. So Brackies, this is the stuff I was talking about. So he has like a great a playlist on C#. How to program in C# if you want to understand the language specifically, and then how to make a video game, and it's in Unity for C#. I'm not sure if it's VR, but anyways, it's all applicable and transferable to VR. We're gonna have a look at how to create yeah, and then Dilmer, he's great too, and like as a person as well. So like I really like his stuff. It's really good for like, he has some tips. He has a lot of context stuff. He's also like constantly testing out different new products as well. But he has some Unity Oculus Quest tutorials, it looks like. Yeah, development setup, all that stuff. So I think he's great. And then again, like if you're going to be using frameworks, I'm going to also plug in the StoneFox because I have to. Like I said, this was pretty instrumental to my own career. Whoops. GK. Very instrumental to mostly every single project I built for Oculus Rift and like professionally. Like once you get like it's a little bit of an onboarding, but once you onboarded, like everything is just seamless. And again, gives you everything you need in terms of any basic interaction you can think of to start off with building your game, and it just completely ramp the development time. It might take a few months. It really reduces it down to like a month or a few weeks, like with this stuff. So highly recommend. And he has great tutorials as well. He also has great live streams. He's on this live stream. Bowling tutorial. He said bowling tutorial is a good place to start. So let's look at that. He has this one that's going on right now, VR escape room. That's actually been fun to watch. So highly recommend that too. So you have a bowling one. There you go. Ooh, this is only 30 minutes? Money. Oh yeah, this is great. That's clearly I've already watched it. That's so funny. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, it looks like you can download all the assets on GitHub. And then just follow along. That's fun. See, I love those like tutorials that are like 30 minutes. Like, you know, very fast, very simple setup, get it started. And then you can have fun with anything more complicated, especially if you're just doing this for fun or for learning. I think those are great. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's get started on my end. All right, so I want to move around. I think the first thing let's see, there's some packages in here. Like Unity has a package. Let's see what that looks like. Tutorial framework. No. Yeah, I'm not sure how to use these yet. So I want to see if like does Oculus have an interaction where you can move around? Because in this sample, in this scene, there is no moving around object. And what I would want to do in order to be able to move around, I would go to the player. So if you can go into the drop down of, I want to say, find the player. So you want to find the camera. So the Ovr Camera Rig is your perspective. If you take a look at what that looks like in the scene, as you can see, this is the camera, and it's showing you the perspective of what you're looking at. It's interesting that there's two here. I'm not sure what that is. And you see like the tracking space. I think these are the touch controllers. Let's see if I turn those off, what turns it off? Yeah, it's the controllers. So the tracking space is the controllers. So that's childed under the camera rig. And what that means is basically this object is inheriting everything that every positional data that the camera is in, because the camera is going to be representing the head. Sorry, make sure you can see. And so what you don't want to happen is if you were to separate these two, you'll have your hands doing all those things over there. Your head will be moving, but you'll see your hands or controllers at a distance wherever they're positioned. So if you ever experience that in a setting where you're trying something and you put together you configured your headset and your controllers, but your controllers are at a distance, it's likely that the controllers are not mapped to or childed under the parent of your camera rig. This used to happen in Rift a lot too, and when that happens in Rift, it was because of the sensors not being able to detect where the controllers are. But luckily now that the sensors that are mapped to the controllers are on the headset, you shouldn't have that problem anymore. So we have the person, but what we don't have is that. So what we would want to do under this camera, we would want to add a locomotion script, like being able to move the camera around the space. Is something we would want to add to this camera. So we'd want to, and so the scripts are all here. So if you look at the right, this is called the inspector. And basically this is just a UI for the code. So if I were to open any one of these, so for example, Ovr manager script, let's see if I can open that one. You can go to the right. These are all components on the inspector, and each of these represents a different script. OVR Manager is a script. You can see by the logo here that this is code. And this is all the UI that is letting me access the variables that are in that code if I need to or want to change it. So I'm going to open edit script so you can kind of see it. We're not going to do anything with it because it's perfect. We're not going to play with it, and there's no need to customize, at least from my perspective, anything with this. What we want to do is add another script to this camera that will control for movement. And that's what makes it object-oriented programming, like different from website development where, you're like, you're like coding like a whole, I don't know how to explain it, but basically the whole script of what you're doing is related to the whole environment of the website. Like any code changes the whole website. This particular, unless you specify a specific thing or shape in VR, any object you can attach code to and it'll operate independently, or it can inherit other rules from other scripts you have. And so, which is good in one way because but it can be hard to organize sometimes. Anyways, that's a different story. We'll go into scripting stuff later if we need to. So you can kind of see like this is the code that Oculus gave us for free that, completely controls the camera for the headset and what it looks like. So you see like it's declaring all the variables. It's using several different libraries, Unity engine. This is telling you like if it's using the plugin, if it's using XR management plugin and it's the Oculus SDK and the OpenVR, definitely use this XR SDK. If not, if it's using 2021 or newer, which we're not, make sure that the XR SDK is in the project, and it'll probably activate some warning if it detects it's in 2021 or higher, and there is no XR SDK, it won't work. With Android or Unity editor, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's what that's saying. And then, so like some issues that I was having back in 2016, it was like, if this or higher, it's great. But then I was using it, or this or lower, older. And so I would have to manually change the version number, and then all of a sudden it would work. So it's telling you these are the libraries that you can access that are going to implement the code that you run below. So you can be using Unity engine to render a lot of the shapes. Oculus configuration data for Oculus VR. XR API. So this is going to switch between different APIs or enable those APIs to be switched. The tracking origin is I believe the eye level, 4 level. Okay, it's getting the height. Yeah. OVR display. This is defining a whole bunch of stuff, and I think it should have some functions below or tasks that it has. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, a little bit more high level, not necessary to know any of this stuff, but I was just kind of giving like an overview of how this operates, how this works, like the breakdown of being able to write code, attach it to an object, and have that object placed here. And that's what it looks like. Let me see if there's any comments so far on that. Oh, thank you. I'll make sure to keep my microphone right up to my lip. I thought it would be obnoxious to do that, but I'll make sure I want it. So we want to be able to add that. This input of VR. These are the controllers, the hands, the tracking space. So maybe this is more about what you're looking at. HMD controllers. If I turn that off. Oh, so that's the icon. Not chew gum on this microphone. Okay, so what I want to do now is find the script for locomotion movement. I can blindly try to do this, which is basically like right click, add a component. I don't know if I want to do it here. Or maybe I can make a game object. Let's see, add a component. And then I can like look up scripts. So like let's say locomotion controller I don't know which ones these belong to Oculus. I feel like Oculus would have its own. I don't want to use like a random script and then have issues. Should I try it? Should we just try it? No. I think whatever that script of movement should also include the controllers and all of that. So I think maybe it would need to be a child of it as well. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna look at another sample and see how they did it, how they configured it in the other scenes. So hopefully they have a sample where you can move around. Basic gesture, basic area, probably. If not, ooh, these are all their scripts. So we can search locomotion. Okay, so they have something else. Oh, there we go. We have an act. So this is another like great way to like, how do you call it? I need to look up the camera. I keep looking at my laptop. But yeah, you can just search for something. If you already know what the name should be, you can kind of search for it. I'm not sure. I hope this is this is an Oculus sample framework under usage. Okay, so that's not intuitive, but I'm going to open that one up. I'm going to go ahead and save these scenes, I guess. I'm not sure if I did anything different to it. Ooh. I think this one's old too, no? Let's build and run this. But you can see they have a player controller. And in the player controller, they have... Let's make sure this works. I hope this is not for Rift. This looks like it's the old design. Oh yeah, so Locomotion controller right here. They have it as a separate game object. They have the script, teleport, and basically I would just copy paste this to the other one. But let's make sure this works with Quest. So let's try it. So I'm gonna go ahead and so Stone Foxy said we can use the Oculus Rift, or you can use the Airlink, and we don't have to build and run it every time. So I'm gonna try that out this time. So I'm gonna open Oculus. Oh no, actually I can use the Developer Hub for this. So what I'm gonna do is leverage the Oculus Developer Hub. I have a custom command. Looks like it's still casting. That can turn on and off Airlink. So this is my start link command. So I'm gonna go ahead and run that. So I should see Oculus Home open up. This is like what you would see if you were on the PC device. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that said, gotta be careful what I show. With that said, this is my home. Hey. Dang, I haven't been here a long time. Can I just move? You can't move in it when you're on Quest? That's interesting. Those are all the apps that I played at that time. Can I grab anything? It's like having issues. Things are not sticky. Okay. So let's see if I can run the app on here. Let's see, build and run. File, build and run. Oh wait, you said I wouldn't need to. I just press play. Whoops, let me cancel. Turn on Rift. All right, I'm reading the comments while I'm waiting. Normal cable link. If you have a USB 3 cable, although I think it does work now with the cable that comes with Quest 2, which is USB 2. Oculus Home is booting up. Yes. I have my cable plugged in, so if it's not automatically already working, then that's weird. Okay, did it stop? Yeah. Okay, let's try playing directly. Oh my gosh, that's so cool if it's already working. Oh, let me so you can see what's in the headset. It's loading. No, this is my home. Also, false alarm for excitement. Okay. Why didn't it build? Or why didn't it preview? Play. It's not working. Let me check my error link. Okay, I'm just gonna build and run. I don't know why it's not working. So I'm gonna turn off AirLink. I'm gonna go back to Oculus Developer Hub. And it's not exiting. Did this officially freeze? Did I finally overload my computer? Okay. So I'm gonna close link, run. Alright, back to Quest. I'm just gonna do the old-fashioned manual way of building and running this. It might be also because maybe this is not for Quest. Let me see if there was any errors that came up. Yeah, the only problem is that the preview is not working, it seems like, still. Stonefox. Oh, actually my Unity is frozen. Alright. Unity is frozen. So I might have to restart project. No, it's you right now. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna turn off the X, turn off this. Even when I try to exit it out, it won't budge. Alright, I guess trying something new killed it. That's what happens. I'm experimenting. Okay. On live. Close window. How do I force kill this? I'm alt tabbing and X is not happening. I think Maybe it's the mode browser, the display itself. Okay, I'm gonna unplug. Unplug the browser. Hopefully you'll still see me, but unplug it. Plug it back in. See if it was the screen itself that froze. Poor Jesus. I'm gonna have to turn off my computer. Yeah, let me go into. I know there's a way to go into like all the running tasks or running stuff, and you can force kill it that way. But I think it was like a network settings. Network status. No, not network. Well, maybe it was something else. Computer program status or control management, I think maybe. Control panel. So maybe it's like a running program. Ooh, I forgot what that was called. I forgot where to go for that stuff. Oops, what did I do? Nope, I didn't mean to go. All right, technical difficulties, guys. And I would play that like elevator music, like waiting. Oh wait, what the heck? Why won't it let me close this window? It'll let me. Task Manager, that's what it was called. Task Manager. To have thanks for being here. Like, I forgot what this. I see, my brain doesn't remember names, which makes it a very difficult coding process. But like, I remember what the things that exist, but like the actual names for it, like my brain's just like, you don't need this. Okay, let's try. Let's do. OBS, yeah. I'm making OBS Studio work. Whew. Maybe I should kill that. I can kill one of the webcams. I was doing too much, wasn't I? It was mostly because I was indecisive. I didn't know which view was the best to choose. Okay, let me kill this. End task. How sad. End. All right. Okay, I'm gonna open. Dog's going ham. I got him like a lot of bones so he can hold me off while I hack. All right, let's bring this up again. So maybe something is wrong with that scene. It looks like another Unity instance is running this with a project open. I have multiple instances open? No. Then where is it? Close window. Maybe because I pressed it twice. Oh, it's over here on this end. All right, reopening it up. Sorry, guys. Lord Jesus. So this is what it looks like on a day-to-day. All right. I just wanted to try locomotion. So interaction. Let's try it one more time. And if it crashes it again, I'll just task manager it out. No, I didn't need to do interaction. Locomotion. It might not be formatted for Quest. Let's try again. There's probably a simple way to check for that. File, build settings, or add open scene. Okay. Build. Yeah. All right. So let's try build and running this. Save. Yes, it's good. And then I'll get casting up for this. Please. No. Oh, because it's. That was very dangerous. Drink coffee and hope that sometimes you get it in your nose. Get the Oculus Developer Hub up. So, yeah, and then cast. I wish I could increase the range of this microphone because it's very hard to like mentally have to remember to keep your mouth over the microphone. Okay, is it casting? Oh, on this side. And then did I lose Unity again? Okay, so there must be something wrong with that scene specifically. Oh, no, it's still compressing. All right, so what's another story time? Let's see. Yeah, we want to talk about other previous projects. How I learned. I have like a list of things to talk about in the. Yeah, so, oh my gosh. Okay, so something that I've observed, coming from a background where was very non-technical to like starting off my career in the nonprofit and then moving into like self-taught development and then becoming really getting into development on a everyday basis. I started noticing my brain change because I used to be like super social and super extroverted. And I think something about, I remember like, especially when I was launching my first app onto the Oculus Rift store in early 2018. I remember like for the next 6 months, I was literally on my floor every single day, morning till night, just like coding, like just trying to make the project work, doing everything that has to do with building this app and launching it onto the Oculus Rift platform with touch controllers for the first time. So it was very complicated what I needed to build. And I just was doing that every single day. And maybe I'd see a friend like once or twice a week, but really not that much. And it wasn't until I came up for air after I finally launched it, published it, and I went to my first conference, I realized how much my social skills were just like completely lacking. And there's always like this stereotype of like the engineer, like they lack social skills. Well, I feel like I have a theory as to why, as a result of that, like life changed myself. And I think when you're coding, you're constantly thinking in binary. So like when you're with humans, like what you say to them could have a 10 million type of response backgrounds, and what I say to you has 10 million types of variability. And for context or to understand what I mean when I say that, when you think about like the metaverse, if you watch MCU stuff, like there's millions of metaverses because there's any different types of possibilities for any types of life. Or if you watch the movie Everything Everywhere All the Time, So good. Highly recommend. Please go watch it, people. That's like, it's like, I think it's the Matrix, but for emotions. Like, that's how legit it is. Like, it's just showing you, like, we at any moment in time can make millions of type of decisions. But when you're coding every single day, it's very, very binary. It's very, very like if or else. Or even and if you wanted to do multiple options of other types of options, it's like the switch cases. It's like case 1, 2, 3. Like, there's these type of options, but you can it's only one with one outcome, or else nothing happened. Like, it's very specific, and so you're constantly coding with only having one or two options. Like, this input has one output, and so I think because your brain starts seeing things in only these two types of cause reaction, like very specific, very binary, very focused, narrow outcomes for narrow inputs. When you go back into the human world, box again. When you go into the human world, like, that's not accurate. That's not what happens. And so sometimes you say something and you expect a certain outcome, and the person might give you something different, and you're just like, oh shoot, I didn't anticipate that. And like, your brain doesn't know how to respond to it, and like, you just glitch as a human in responding to it. So, you know, like, I think I feel like that's kind of what happens in VR as well. So like, okay, let me try and build and run this. Save. Yes. I think that happens with development as well. So like, I think that's something to, oh, it didn't do anything, did it? Huh. I think I actually already was waiting for it to launch. So cancel. Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. Now that just froze my headset. Lord Jesus. Okay. Well. Okay. So I don't think this particular scene works well. For Quest device. I don't think it was built for that. And all right, let me unfreeze everything else. Okay, so we're gonna try something else. Oh, there we go. Some errors. No Android devices connected. What? That's not true. Hey, Niji, stop! I gave you bones. No. Build completed with the result of failed in 15 seconds. 2 errors. Build player options. Build player call methods. Yeah, so I think it's just old. Let's see what other stuff they have. I don't think those ones have. An option. So I'm just looking for potential scene where there's movements. So let's try this one. Maybe it's just hard to tell if this is for like Oculus Rift or if this also works for a Quest. This I remember for Rift, so I don't think this is for Quest. But looks like there's an OVR player controller, so let's just try it out. Oh, cancel. Let me cancel. Oh, because it crashed my headset. Oh no, my headset died. Okay, that's so weird because it's plugged into my laptop. I guess it's not enough power. Okay, so all right, we're gonna take another break. This calls for another break. I'm gonna go charge my headset. I thought the computer was charging it, but I guess not. And yeah, I'm gonna continue the quest to look for a locomotion script for a quest that Oculus provides already, so I don't have to do this manually. And yeah, thanks for joining so far. Sorry guys, I know it's like a lot. It's not as smooth as one would hope. And it's like I said, I'm way out of practice, so figuring out this stuff out loud It's funny. So all right, so I'm gonna go on break again. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll answer it like when I'm come back when I'm live again. Feel free to do it. Use this as an AMA. In the meantime, I'm gonna charge my headset, and then hopefully we'll come back. Maybe I'll do about a 30-minute break this time, just so I get enough charge on the headset. I might come back earlier and just like play with things around. Play around with things. So if you want to come back for that, that's totally fine. But yeah, like looking for the locomotion script. I might actually come back for that in like 15 minutes. So yeah. All right. Thanks again. See you guys soon if you want to come back. Thanks for keeping me company in general. This is really great for holding me accountable. I'm really excited about this. All right. Catching up. It's the live stream that's keeping me back. I don't know if I would have returned. I'm just kidding. Oh. Player controller. That's what it used to be called. Locomotion Scripts under controller type of naming. So, let's see if there's. But I just need to make sure, because I think there's Rift scripts here mixed with Quest. I'm trying to think of how in the script you would know one is for Quest versus one is for Rift. Yeah, I don't know. So we just need a player controller. Let's try to add a player controller. And you want to do? Let's experiment. Actually, what we can do is, going back to that scene, we can take out the Ovr Camera Rig all entirely and just add a camera controller, and let's see if that works. So, I'm just experimenting right now. I'm technically like just trying to figure out how. I always forget how I got there. I think it was an interaction, samples. Thank God. All right, complex grab. Great. I'm gonna take down the camera rig. Let's just remove that altogether, and I'm gonna add another one. Let's see, controller. Okay. Ooh, there's 2 scripts. I see Oculus Touch, so that no. Oh wait, Touch technically is the Quest. Oh shit. Now I'm like, I never thought about this. Are the Touch controllers for Quest the same as are also called Touch for Rift as well? I think so. So that doesn't tell me anything. No, it says Rift. Oh, thank God. Okay. That code. This one. Ovr controller for this one. I'm looking at the script here. Ovr input. Let's try this one. Yeah. What is this one? Ovr hand controller data source, Oculus interaction. That also seems like it's for Quest. Now I'm trying to figure out hand data. Oh, that's probably for gestures, hand input in general, which actually would be cool to try as well. I bet you that's pretty interesting. Pointer pose. Yeah, so that's hand stuff. Okay, we want to move. Maybe make sure it's not already on here. Trying to read this to see if this has anything related to movement. It's getting the input from the controllers. Float. Let's try. Okay. Well, actually, I want a prefab. think it's for this. I think I need to find it in interactions platform. No, I don't think it's in this either. Prefabs. So this is just for the UI. Maybe they don't have a controller for the. Maybe they didn't offer that in the samples. I should probably read the documentation. Actually, would be good. I wonder if there's. Now my cursor is wigging out. Okay. Let me see if I can find online like documentation for measure prefabs, same resources. Okay, I'll just try it. Or movements. Let's try movement. Move from, move toward. Yeah, they used to have it pretty simpler, but like, okay. Sorry, I keep wanting to go down the rabbit hole. I was like, I feel like I could find this, and then I can't, and then, but I'm like, my willpower, it's too much. I really want to find this. Okay, movements. This is just script stuff. Okay, so let's just try to put it together manually. We're gonna go back to that sample. Oh, here. The complex grab. Where'd you go? Scenes. Okay. Yeah, and then we're gonna go back to the camera, and then I think I'm gonna add controller, create empty camera rig. I want to add it to this, but I'm not sure if I should add it to this or it should be separate. Or just OVR player controller. Okay. Oh, here we go. There's an asset. Ooh, it's a prefab asset. OVR player controller. Let's try this. Hopefully, again, I'm not sure where Oculus VR prefabs. So let's try it. Please, Jesus, let it work. Okay. So it took the same place. Turn my headset. Okay, it's at 30%. I'm gonna go ahead and just do it at 30%, just because I feel like that'll at least hold me over for another hour. So basically what I did was I just searched for OVR controller, and you usually want the prefab because that means it configured it already to navigate in a specific scene. So the movements particularly, and it should include the camera inside of it already. So forward direction and then OVR camera. So it looks like this player controller consists of the following scripts. So if this works, then all I would need to do is add these scripts to the current one. If it doesn't already technically work. So let's go ahead and file and then build settings, add open scenes, great. And then build and run. Oh, let me make sure my thing is, unlock my screen. Confirm Guardian. Go to unknown sources. Okay. Go ahead and save, and yes. And then in the meantime, I want you guys to be able to see it, so I'll probably put it on Oculus Developer Hub. What is this? Do I have 3 Unities open? Open Oculus Developer Hub. Eat my breakfast. I made chia pudding from scratch. It's basically just chia and oat milk with a little vanilla, salt, and sugar. Yeah. Really good. Supposed to be good for energy, which I desperately need today. And I put frozen fruit in it. I used to always pay $7 for this at the restaurant that I like to go to, Le Pont Quotidien. Really get Belgium restaurant. They have one near me in Marina Del Rey. But I realized I could just make it at home for a lot cheaper. So that's what I've been doing. Making VR and breakfast. Who'd have thunk? Okay. Let me get this developer hub going. What the heck? This is so weird. This is so weird. You know what it put me in? It put me in the old scene that I was struggling with. We saw the casting. Look at this. What? What the heck? Yeah, well, whatever. This is the thing that crashed my headset a few times. Maybe because it wasn't the open scene. But I can't teleport. And that's because yeah, it's not letting me teleport. Nor teleport. Right teleport. Walk only. I'm one of those. Oh, I love this. I like these type of movements. I'm not a snap turner, or I don't mind teleporting. I know some people feel so strongly against teleporting. It's really almost, to me, seemingly obnoxious. But I mean, I also can't really empathize. Maybe they have maybe it really affects them in a really strong physical way. But I'm like, for me, if a game has snap turns, it doesn't really it's not that big of a deal for me. It's kind of convenient sometimes too, because sometimes I can't turn or I don't want to turn, like right now. Okay, cool. So this works. This works in Quest 2 on top of that, and I have hands. Nice. So I'm gonna go ahead and take whatever this scene has, but I'm confused as to why this other scene didn't work now. So that was the sample framework usage locomotion. Great. Let me go ahead and now try to run the actual one that I just changed. I forgot to duplicate it. I should have made a duplicate, but whatever. Yes, that was really good. So I'm gonna build and run that. Let me see what happens there. That's good. That's not bad. So the locomotion does still work for Quest, so that's good to know. And then that just means we could just take the prefab and drop it into this game. I'm not sure why it was crashing my headset or crashing my Unity in general before. So So for anybody who thinks VR development is cool, this is what it is most of the time. This is literally what it is. It's waiting for things to compile and load and things crashing. And then if you're lucky, you have like a good 10-minute sprint. But I don't know, every time after a break, after an issue, I have an issue, usually the solution just comes really quickly. So taking time away. Oh my gosh, my dog. Yuti, can I help you? It's definitely helpful. I'll do a dog cam view right now for you guys to see what I have to deal with. I should just link a whole scene for this dog cam view. Okay, looks like I got it working. Oops. No, it doesn't look. It looks like something weird is happening. Let's find out. What the heck? Wow. Yeah, that's not good. I don't know what that is, but that's not it. It looks exactly what it looks like inside. Okay, so moving that OVR controller was not it. It looks like the stuff is not rendering. So, but it did work in here, Locomotion. So I'm going to see. I'm going to try to take this camera that seemed to work there and put it here, but maybe it's the camera itself that's an issue. Like in terms of being able to render the environment in and of itself. Which if that's the case, maybe this doesn't have a camera in it. I'm gonna attach the OVR player controller to the camera, and then I'm gonna turn on the camera. Let's see what that does. Good boy. It is his nap time. He normally sleeps from like 9 to 2:30. So he's like way overdue. But he always also tries to fight his naps. So what he really wanted me in that moment, he didn't really want attention as much as we did want attention, but he wanted to sleep on me. He was trying to, usually at this point, has to try to sleep on my lap. So okay. Yeah, this is building the stuff is, for some reason the preview wasn't really working with my computer, which I think it should be faster, but I'm not sure why it keeps crashing. Maybe it's a driver issue. Okay, let's try it now. What the heck? Okay, so it's still showing me the old is it casting? Yes. It's still showing me the old scene, so yes, I forgot to build and run it. Project. First of all, file. Build settings. As you can see, I appreciate your interest now in wanting to show yourself, but I do not want to see you right now. I have moved on. Okay. Hopefully this fixes the whole like weird ink blot animation, although interesting effect. Noted if anyone wants to do an ink blot app. Proximity sensor, let me turn this on. Make sure it's on. Oh wait, no, off. It should be off. Whatever happened, it took off. I just see a black screen. A lot of people don't know too, with ODH you can also transfer your videos and images really easily. But you can transfer your videos and images really easily, but it's just kind of not the best UI if you're not a developer. Or, yeah, at least that's what we hear. It's not really approachable from a non-development use. And it's really good for if you ever are exporting an app for testing and optimization. Like it's better to use ODH versus like using the Airlink, because you don't really get an accurate sense of performance ratings in the headset as much as you would because a lot of what impacts ratings is the performance of the computing of the device, right? Of the Android device. And so a lot of times people will test and perform while it's being powered by Airlink, which is powered by the computer. And so like you can get basic like bugs and all that stuff if things don't work, like functionality, but in terms of trying to test for or cross-check against optimization and that particular lane, especially when you're launching to Quest, which has become so much more important if you're trying to impact like really high technical graphical games onto on a Quest Android platform. that's when this tool becomes very valuable. So being able to test and see which parts of your games are becoming much more expensive and might slow down performance on the device is just much more important to just build and run the app, and then test it versus trying to test the app. Okay, so well, we did get the camera working in here. Looks like the whole scene is frozen around my camera. So, sure if you could see that. So, technically, movement has failed. All right, let's find another way to do this. That's with the attempt to Ovr Camera with Ovr Player Controller. Let me try not to parent it. And just have it separate. Oh, I think I already did that. Okay, I think sample skin controller script. What is this? Edit. Okay, I'm just gonna watch a tutorial. I don't know why I didn't just start there. I thought I was trying to guess from the top of my head, and that's not helpful. So, escape vision mode. True. I'm not sure what this is doing. So take out that. Also, let me go back to that sample where, because that seemed to work. So now I'm just wondering, like, if it's an issue. The sample in the Locomotion app. If you go back there, we can see the player controller. Okay, let's just do that. Let's take the player controller out. And let's put it in assets and let's see what happens. So I'm gonna just do that. I've created a prefab variant. Is that a prefab? It doesn't really look like it. Okay, cool. And then I'm just gonna put that into a sample. The scenes. Let's try that. The changes you made in the scenes. Don't say. Okay. So yeah. Let's see what happens here. Okay. I'm gonna remove this. Delete the old one. Yeah. This seems like it's separate from the camera rig, so that doesn't seem like that would be right. I think I'm gonna turn off the camera. This has a camera in it. Let's see what happens like this. Let's just try it. Oh. Do I have to like... Oh, it should work. Okay. Oh. Wait, I'm not sure if this is this the new build? No, it's not the new build. Okay, let's see if it's still loading. No, it built it and run. So it doesn't look like yeah, it's still kind of attached to the camera head. Okay. So I think I need to just remove something. I think I might... Let me duplicate this scene. Edit. Rename, copy. Okay. Okay. So now I'm in my copy scene. So now I can do whatever I want. I don't care. So I'm just gonna delete this Oculus input VR. I feel like I need input VR. Just input VR. Ovr Camera Rig. Reference track into world transformer. Okay. Let's just see why this logo. Okay, let me drag and drop this camera rig into here. Maybe that's what was missing. And I'll turn this back on. I don't know if you could put a camera rig and a controller in. Maybe that's not a good idea. Build and run. Ooh, all the attempts. Loading. Let's see, what else can I talk about? Yeah, so if you're just joining, I can share with you the update. So I've been just trying to get the samples. I'm just working with the Oculus Interaction Kit. I'm wondering if at this point I should have just used VRTK and did the whole setup stuff and then just had fun with it. But I'm really committed to try to figure out how to move, like use the player controller within the Oculus interactions. And basically my goal is to really ultimately take one of the samples that are provided by Oculus and then just make it super interactive, be able to move around, play with stuff, and then maybe create a game within that environment. So this is my first time being in VR, like developing for VR, like a couple years almost. And even before that, like really, really seriously, probably 3.5. So ever since joining the corporate world, I don't really have time to develop. I just build stuff for the platform and all that kind of stuff. And I think my energy outside of work is much more slimmed So or like reserved for, you know, everything else. And so just haven't really had time to play as much as I'd like to. So now I'm just like kind of refreshing myself, warming up. Okay, this is a little bit better. No, actually, this is not better at all. So this is what I'm seeing. For some reason, it looks better than the previous one, but like now I'm like on the carpet. Okay, I know it's a simple fix for this. It's something that I'm doing very basically wrong. I'm just gonna go ahead and Google it. I'm gonna Google something like camera stuck on floor. I don't know if it's like the height. OVR controller VR development. I'm not sure. Oculus Quest and Play not working. So I think this is, maybe it's this. It seems when the joystick, that's so old. Okay. I'm just gonna like watch a tutorial. Gotta like let go of my ego. My ego wanted to try to figure this out, but clearly it's not coming back to me at all. I know like you could have a player controller. Maybe it seems to work. It's just not moving. It must be a setting. And then if I go back to that Locomotion Script, okay. Ovr Camera is a parent, is a child of the player controller. Okay, that's what I originally thought, but I didn't even try it because I just assumed that was wrong. Okay. All right, so Ovr Camera Rig, Locomotion Controller, Character Capsule Mesh. So, okay. Let's go back. I think this is it. That was my mistake. So I'm gonna put this under open prefab. Oh shit. Go back. I'm gonna break the prefab. Cannot be deleted. Child of a prefab instance cannot be deleted or removed, and components cannot be reordered. You can open the prefab in the prefab mode to restructure the prefab asset itself. Okay, well, I'll just, you know what I'll do? I'll just completely turn this off. And then I'll add it looks like input VR needs to be added, so I'll add that as a child. Add it, inserted in game object. I'm gonna make this a child. Oh, what the heck? Did it? Okay. I need this to be input VR. So let me rename. And put OVR. Or actually, let me just see if I can find it, if it's already in here. Yeah. So I'm gonna delete this game object. Delete, and then add it. I wonder if these two scripts are going to conflict with each other, Locomotion and maybe not. So let's try that. File, build and run. Okay, what else? Yeah, so if you're building for VR and you're building your first app, I'd highly recommend App Lab. I feel like App Lab is such a great platform. Well, Steam is great too. The only difference between Steam and App Lab is I think Steam is a little bit more of like Wild Wild West. So if you build a game for Steam, it's usually also designed, while you can use, Steam is basically a platform similar to the Oculus Store. Steam is its own store. I would say the difference is Oculus Store specifically is very much a curated store for apps like AAA studio apps or apps that have a certain level of quality that we know consumers, when they invest, will feel a certain level of a return in their investments. Like we can to some degree guarantee a quality bar with those. And I'm saying that from an outside perspective. I don't want to speak for the company. I don't want to speak for the company. Sorry. I'm saying that personally. If that's possible. Steam is a little bit more like anything goes, similar to what App Lab is today. But the difference between App Lab and Steam is Steam has been around for like 6 years. So like there's probably thousands and thousands of VR apps. You can also sell things on there. And as well, it is mapped to work with the HTC Vive headsets and I think any other headset. And Oculus, if you have an Oculus headset, you could still access Steam apps via the Quest headset or the older PC headsets like Rift or Rift S. Okay, let's see if this is working. It's fine. It's also a great place to. Okay. So this time it's all gray. Okay, the reason why it's all gray is because the camera is not rendering. So it looks like they need to update the camera. Oh, you can see something. You can see my hands. But you can't see the environment. Interesting. So I'm going to look at the Oculus camera here and the prefab. It must be different from the Oculus platform, Ovr Camera and the player controller. So we have Ovr Camera Rig, Ovr Manager, and the same thing for Ovr Camera. Oh, there's no Ovr Camera Rig. Wait, did I miss that? Yeah, there's a rig script in the controller. But there's not for Ovr Camera. So I'm gonna delete this. It used to be easier to just delete that part. It'll just ask you, are you sure you want to break it? And you'll be like, yes. Now, I don't know. It's making you do something weird. You need to go to the scene and configure it. Oh, I could just do it in here. So I'm gonna take out. I'm just gonna delete it, and I'm gonna go back. And then I'm gonna take this camera rig. Move it out. It's actually, I'm playing games with myself. It's actually probably really easy just to like, because it looks like it only has a couple scripts attached to it. So let me add a game object. Create empty. component. I think it's Ovr Manager. So then I'm just manually adding the scripts. And then it has a headset emulator and an interaction Ovr Camera Rig. So I'll just add that just because who knows what they're for. Headset emulator, probably for like preview. And then what was the other one? I'm getting like fog from the sugar, the chia seeds. Interaction Ovr Camera Rig. Okay. All right, so just added that. Locomotion. I'm gonna put this camera rig in there and see what that does. I don't know if I need a capsule, but it's just basically giving me a shape, so that's fine. All right, let's build it again. Let's see what happens. Yes, want to waste enough. So for those who are wondering like why I'm not just using Airlink, I don't know. It just kept crashing my computer. So not my computer, was crashing Unity and then my headset. So I'm just building it and running. And these apps are relatively small. Like if I was doing like a multi-world, levels Scream app, then of course I wouldn't bother with the run and loading. I'd try to figure out how to do the preview with the Airlink or the link in general. So funny. So see, please let this one work. The devil's always in the details with this stuff too. It's like one little checkbox, one little thing that you could have missed. And yeah, that's why it's really just easier just to follow along with tutorials. Because it's like committing all these details to memory, especially when they're constantly updating the UI, the assets, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, what I'm trying to doing this fresh off, I'm literally just trying to cause my self-pain. Is almost sadistic a little bit. Sadistic? Is it masochistic? I always forget which one is like the self-inflicting pain that you enjoy. But yeah, that part. Actually, let me Google it. Yeah, masochistic. Okay, if this doesn't work, no, I have to make it work. That's fine. You know what I could do? Okay, you know what else I could do? I could do it a different way. So here's what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to import the player controller into the environment. And that's just giving me too many issues. So what I think I'm going to do is just change the environment around an app where play controller is already configured. So yeah, it's just not happening. So I think I'm just going to move the environment into where I saw that the player controller was working. So let's just do that. It's time. It's enough of the suffering. I probably could just watch an instruction video on this. So like this is the room environment. Everything in here is movable. I'm going to go ahead and just transfer this. I'm going to move this into an asset so it becomes a prefab. Would you like to create a new prefab or a variant? this never used to ask that before, so I'm not sure what that means. I'm just going to create a prefab variant. I'm wondering if it's like, are you moving this all together versus making a duplicate, which that's what I want. I want a duplicate. I don't want to take it out of that asset. And then what I'm going to do is go back into Locomotion, because Locomotion seemed to work in terms of movement. I just don't want that environment. I think something that's going to be tricky here is because sometimes the Locomotion, like where you can move to, is dependent. It has some code connected to the headset, and so like the flooring and the materialing. I'm gonna say don't save. I'm gonna say don't save because it doesn't work. So this we know works, right? So if we go to File, Build and File. I keep thinking like, I feel like my instinct is like, I'm already open on the scene. So when I say build and run, I'm thinking it's going to build and run the scene that I'm on, but that's not how Unity works. You have to actually manually add the scene that you're in onto the build settings. So that way it knows to run this one. Otherwise, if you're coming from a different scene that you've made changes to and you start working on a new scene, when you try and build and run to test this new scene, it actually won't build and run this one. It will build and run the previous one that you're on because that's the last one you've manually inputted to build and run. So something that I'm going to cancel that. As you've seen if you were here 30 minutes ago when I kept experiencing. Okay, build settings. I'm going to go back to Locomotion, remove that. And I cancel. I'm going to build and run it. Yes. Okay, so we know that the camera works here. This is, I think the issue we're going to come across here is like, yes, we'll be able to move around, but will it render the objects that we have in the other Oculus samples? Like that's going to be the question. And then also, I think that sample also had the ability to like grab stuff and input. So I'm not sure if those will transfer over into this scene, but we can play with it. I think I just need to sit down and like really review the code or like really, just like do a detailed look at it versus this high level, just trying to keep playing, plug and playing versus actually sitting down and focusing on figuring out how to make it work at the detailed level. Part of me just wants to get, if I'm not able to get this to work well in the next hour, 40 minutes, maybe 1:15. I'll give myself till 1:15. If this, I don't want to spend too much time trying to move the environment to the scene. I do want to get to being able to code some interactions, like very basic interactions, which that'll be another fun adventure. Or maybe hopefully that will be the easiest part of all of this. So at the very least, I will work on that starting. I'll shift over at 1:15, 1:20. But hopefully this will work by then. Let's see, what else can I talk about? Kind of want to chew gum. Oh, I can talk about what I wanted to build originally. So, it's done. Okay. Okay. just put me back into home. What? Why did it do that? Okay, well, let me see if I can launch it manually then. It's flashing. It's not looking good. Struggling. He's still flickering. You can't see the Unity symbol. Yeah, no, it's not working. Before it even launched. Just I forgot what it's called, the Unity logo that comes up before the game. It's frozen at that, so I'm past it, it's fine. So let me rebuild. I'm not sure what happened. I did duplicate the player controller, but that was about it. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. Okay. What else can I say? My dog is asleep, thankfully. Oh shit, he just woke up. Want to put on the dog cam? I can put on the dog cam while we're waiting. Or maybe I could talk more about VR development. Yeah. Here, I'll just do a dog cam. What's he's doing so far? Okay, it's launching. Ah, it's still breaking. What the heck? It's like jittering. Did I put on the headset? Wait, let me see. You can't see it jittering, but I can see it. It's extremely jittery. Okay. Let's say it's like so unpredictable because it's definitely the same thing that was working. Sometimes it crashes, sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand. Okay, well, you're useless to me now. I don't like you anymore either. Okay. I guess we should just use VRTK. Too bad Stone Cold's not here. Stone Fox, this is. Okay, let's try the Unity stuff then. Let's see if Unity has a locomotion. Or actually, let's watch a video. I feel like there's a video. I don't know if I can watch videos on live stream. So I will do a be right back. I'm gonna be watching. There's like one good video again by Dilmar that has like this exact, I think, issue. Let me figure it out. So I think I'm gonna watch this video just to refresh myself on what that process looked like. I mean, for Quest, it probably is gonna be a little different. So I'm gonna watch this off camera because I don't want copyright infringement stuff. Or like, you know, if you're live streaming. And then I'll be back. Give me like, according to this, it's 8 minutes, but I think I'll watch it in 5. Okay. I think I should have trusted the VR folder in the samples. That's what it looks like they were using. So yeah, let's go there. So the VR folder is the one that Oculus provides. I don't know why, I just didn't trust it. I just thought it might be old or outdated. So going in there, they have some scenes. Let's see what scenes that they have. Spectator mode. So it's like you can see things from a third perspective. Okay, it's like a camera from the third person perspective. Okay. Hand tests. Cubes. What is that? Weird. Controller. Wait, what is this one called? Controller models. It's either between room or controller models. Let's try room. I'm imagining if you have a room, you could go in there. It looks like there's some grabbables, and they have an environment. Forward direction, Ovr Camera Rig. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try this one. File, build settings. Remember, add the open scene. So we're gonna do the scene room, and we're gonna go ahead and build and run it immediately. Yes, I want to replace the last app that was freaking out. Ah, shit. My headset's dead again. Okay, I'm gonna charge it. Is there like an accessory where you could just like speed charge a headset? You know, like for Android phones? That should work for Quest too, right? No? Maybe? Kind of? Not really. Make sure your device is plugged in. Yeah, well, it was. So let's cancel that out. Oh, you're still not. Sorry, not seeing me. There we go. Wait, is my camera dead? Is it dying too? Like everything else is giving up on me. Well, let me remove this and re-add it. Okay, there we go. Wait, why is it frozen? Ugh. Okay, well then, I'll just use this webcam for me. Actually, let me see if I could do. That's fine. So far we made progress on. We haven't made progress on Locomotion. We're still working on Locomotion for those who are just newly joining. This is why I set up a 9 to 5, 9 a.m. to 5 session, because, like I said, as you can see, there's just a lot that could go wrong and will go wrong, and yeah. Okay, so now I'm charging my headset. And of course it's like right when you're like one step forward to potentially finding the right solution. So I'm gonna go ahead and take another break. For those who've been hanging in there, thanks. I think we have actually a couple. But yeah, I'm gonna come back at 1. Oh, it's 1 right now. I'm gonna come back at 1:15, 1:20. And we'll resume from there. Hopefully my laptop will be at least 20%. It did last me an hour. I thought it was gonna last me an hour. I think it did do that well. So I'm gonna try it again later. Okay.